Hello and welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and you are watching the live video where I figure out how to do coding. Well, how to code, how to learn more and more code, and how to program better. So let's see what we have with us today. In the previous live video, we tried to figure out how to create a graph. We aren't finished with that yet. We are still figuring it out. So without further ado, let's see what we were up against yesterday or in the previous live video. Okay, so I'll share my screen with you guys. Just a second. Very good. Right now you can't see anything because I have to ask it to reconnect. So I'll select display capture and I'll press OK on my screen. Very good. And now I'll open my ID. I'll go full screen and let's see what we have in here. If I press Command Shift T and Command Shift W, so I did a couple of things. What I did is first thing I did was open an instance of Chrome. Multiple instances of Chrome can be opened. One instance is of course my ID. There are a few IDs here and I opened one of them, and then I pressed Command Shift T or Control Shift T to open a recently closed tab or the previously closed window. Now when I opened it immediately and I pressed Command Shift T, it opened the previously closed window and not previously closed tab, because I had an entire window with me. So that's what happened. Now I'll also share my face. Yeah, that's good, much better. Now just a second. In the meanwhile, let me also open the live chat for people to see. We've had 4 views so far. Very good. It says 18 out of 2. Okay, so good. Okay, so this is where we were the last time. Is my mic on, by the way? Yeah, the mic is on, by the way. Okay, very good. So this is where we were stuck the last time. Now we have to apply padding to this thing here so that it moves from left to the right. Now you can see there's some padding here. I would also like to apply some padding here instead. So I want to move this to this place. It won't be as easy as using the mouse and saying this to this and that and this and that. So let's see what we have for us. So I think this thing takes maybe 50 pixels of worth of space. I must have defined it somewhere in the new scale. Yeah, so this says W minus 20 multiplied by padding. So it's W 80 minus 2 798 multiplied by padding. That's the range from 0 to that. Interesting. That's for the that's for the scale below, right? Okay, what if I apply the same range for X scale? What happens then? What would happen then? Acha, wait, it did not paste the 0, did it? If I were to put a 0 and show the preview, okay, so that's what happens. Now I do want the padding, the beginning to be start with padding, so that's what happens. And yet this doesn't, it starts from the beginning of the graph and not the end of the graph. SVG graph, SVG width and height, and then the SVG itself. I think whatever we're doing, it's supposed to be the range itself. You can see here. I think we need to limit these things. We need to set a range. So of course a domain is right, and the range is for that. When we apply scale linear to, let's say, a value, it changes its height. So right now this thing's height is this much, and then it goes on and on and on and on until we don't see it. Of course, if I were to increase the width, I would see it, but that's not the point. Now if I did this 0, it looks now it begins from here, the chart. If I write 0 to W minus 2 multiplied by padding, or if I write width X scale, so it's now not only is it starting from here as well as this is happening. And if I made it right, so what if I were to make this 100 and you 500? I see. Let's keep that then. What if I made you 50, or so to say padding? No change. Padding is also 50, so there won't be any change. Huh. Oh, because your new scale. You're not supposed to touch the new scale. I'm sorry. Yeah, you stay 0. Begins with 1940, 1950 and whatnot. This is what we're supposed to change. What if I made this 500 and I made you 100? Okay. So it's lower. It went lower. So before the values were correct. It needs to be on that line. So yeah, we're not playing with the Y scale. What are we doing with the X scale then? What am I doing wrong? Let's try to break this code down a little bit and see what we are stuck with. So we have the fetch, the fetch command, the fetch method, which would fetch data from this. Then we apply the JSON function to the response whatever we get. So now it's JSONified, if I can say that word. Then we take the data and then we store data set in data.data. So data set now holds all the key the value pair of the key data. Right. If you guys don't get it, you can refer to this link here. Why don't I show you what this says? So this is the key data, and these are all the values inside the key called data, all these. So that's the only thing we're storing. We're not storing any of these values because we don't need them. If the challenge says otherwise, then we can get it, but we don't need it really. Right. And then what? Then data, constant data set, data to data. So data set now stores this value. Now we go to constant width and height. So this is the width and the height of the SVG. Let's give it a color for our reference as well. SVG, a background color. What background color would be? Let's give it a black color. The black color. We won't be able to see the scale. Yeah. Beige. Then we'll give it a color called beige. So we can see this is what this is the area it covers. Now we gave so that's the entire SVG. You can see the top padding, the bottom padding 50-50, but I cannot see the left padding is completely covered on this side. Now I only want 50 pixels to be here and 50 pixels to be here for the graph itself. So how do we get it? Now if the range for the X scale, so X scale is this. The range is set from 50 to 450. That is the padding. Padding plus height minus 50. If I were to make this 750, for example, the graph would look a little bit different. Yeah, it bleeds. It starts to bleed. I don't know the correct word for it, but I think I can say it starts to bleed. Then this new scale is for something else, that's okay. Then we go to the Y scale. Y scale is also set. From the padding from the top and the bottom is correct, so we don't need to change this really. I can also change this to, if I want to play with constant values, then I can take this as uh, height minus padding, and here as padding itself, so we would get the same result. Yeah, there's no change. Padding from the top and padding from the bottom are the same. I mean, virtually the same. Maybe they're not, maybe they are, I don't know. Then we have the SVG itself. SVG is created. The SVG is created inside the D3 element called inside the div called graph, and then it's given it's with the correct width and height. Then we create rectangles. Rectangles take data set as the values. So it takes data set as the values, and we're going to create heights, a height of that data set and the width. Okay, so let's see what this does. If I remove the padding from the height, what happens? The data starts bleeding from below, right? So height is not to be edited. Maybe it is the width that we are supposed to change. Maybe if I make this, instead of the width is 500, if I made this 450, what would it do? So we have a thinner graph. I would say, yeah, we have a thinner graph which looks quite better, I think. Yeah, it does look quite better, but hey, yeah, so that's so height and width are correct. Now what we have to look into is the X and Y scale. Maybe, I don't know. This is 700 divided by 275. What if I made 700 to converted 700 to 750? So now we only have the padding. Okay, so the padding has changed. Now it reaches till here, but the beginning still hasn't changed. So I think we have to ask it to start at 50. I mean, yeah, plus 50 then. Maybe this much. Okay, so that's a little bit too much. So it goes a little bit, so it's now 20. If I made this 700, it will stop at this, right? Now I can make this width then. Width divided by 275. Okay, that's just too much. So what about 600? 600 is no good. 650. 650. Okay, 650 over. Yeah, it goes away. This distance is 50 pixels, and I wanted to not begin from 0 but 50 pixels, so i's value should be 50 pixels instead of that when beginning. Let's make use 700 again. With 700 it would go beyond. I get it. So let's try and make you 25 then. Will it move a little bit to the left? There's no change apparently. I think I have to click on save to make it reset. So now it's a little bit here. That means 25 pixels. Now if I remove this altogether, what happens? It goes back to this. So we have to do something about this, but it's not what we are thinking. With padding it adds 50. I don't think the distance is 50 anymore. It's not supposed to start at 0. What do we do? I think whatever we are supposed to do is with this. Maybe if we add padding to the, okay, that's 8. I multiplied by 700 by 275. Just a second, I keep getting notifications. Okay, anyway, so now we've reached that. Hopefully this will get us what we are looking for. Let's run the tests. 10 out of 14 passed. The date attribute and corresponding. So let's see. X values don't line up with X locations expected. Okay, so let's see why that is. I think it's because of the width, isn't it? If I change the width to that again, then it still says 10 out of 14 passed. The date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Okay, so we're going to check again. If I open the text, I'll open text edit app. If we inspect the element, oh, come on, right, inspect element and show me the first rectangular bar. That's not the rectangle bar. Okay, so that's again, that's a resizer. That's not what we're looking for. Okay, let's just select you then. Show me your code. It's inside the iframe, of course. Okay, no problem. Let's save this code and open it in our page. Huh. Let's take the first rectangular bar, copy and paste. Let's look at you. I'll refresh this page and let's see. That's the first rectangle bar, and I'll also paste it here for us to check. Now I've applied the class bar a little later, but that's, I don't think that shouldn't be any problem. 1947.11 data GDP is 241.1. X value is 50 for ours and X value is 0 for theirs, because I added with the padding. How do we move the padding without moving the padding? Oh, so this is the problem I was stuck with yesterday. Okay, what about Y value? Okay, it's the same thing. So apparently, yeah, I forgot about yesterday. Apparently, instead of adding the padding here, we're supposed to play with the X and the Y scale. Let me move this guy, please. Okay. Okay, so X scale, Y scale. We're not playing with two values here, are we? Okay. I'm going to remove the padding from this, or instead I'll copy this much and I'll paste the values without the padding. So now their coordinates will be X values don't line up with X locations expected false to be true. Right now its value, okay, what does this say? Huh. What's the first rectangle bar say? It does not have the transform translate 60 0. I mean, it would be different for each of. Okay. Class bar data date 1947 0101 data GDP 243.1 x 0 y at 444. Oh. Is that causing the problem? The width is correct. The height is also 382873. More or less. I mean, yeah, the decimals are in different 53, but it's 5.3828 737 814 63295, and this is 63289. The height is also different, but yeah, I don't mind with that. Of course, because their chart might have a different height. Their SVG has a height of 900 and 460. With 900 and height 460, that's why. I don't know what to do with that. Just a second. We love sitting like this, don't we? Okay. So the y values isn't, I mean, it's 50 pixels off, but yeah, what can you expect? I mean, it's in different places. Although the width is exactly right, so we nailed the width part. We also have the x as 0, but that's the thing, even with this being here, the x is still okay being 0. Why? What makes you you? Show me your source, please. X. What? That cannot be. Why? Attribute X. Yeah, acha, it's single quotes. It does X scale, years, dates is I value, ith value. Years converted to date and then put over there. How does your X scale work? We have Y axis scale. The range is height and 0. And Y axis is yeah, this is for the axis left. Okay, that's okay. Where is the X axis? X scale. Why do I not see it? Oh, that's where it is. It says scale time. Interesting. Ours doesn't say scale time. Does it? Do you? It says scale linear. What's the difference? What if I made this scale time? What changes would we see? No changes. Okay. this data set contains an array of data, two items. One is the date and its corresponding GDP value, which is in billions, but hey, whatever. So that's the domain, and this is the range where you want to put the data. Apparently 50 to 450 doesn't help. If I made this, why should I? If it's reaching, if this is 450, if this thing's length is 450, sorry, width is 450. Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the X scale. What happens when I make this 500? It means I made it go 50 more here, but it didn't do that. It changed the height to 50 more. So this affects the height because we've mentioned X scale in the height. So I think, and Y scale is for the Y values, so that means they don't affect the X places. Then we come back to you again, my friend. But when I change your X position, haha, funny. Yeah. If I give you a padding, you will move to your designated place. But how do we help it understand that X's value is here? That means maybe we don't append it to the SVG, maybe append it to an SVG inside. I would like to see what you did. freeCodeCamp person. SVG container says SVG append G x-axis ID x-axis and transform translate 600 by 400. Why is that 600 by 400? They must have defined the padding too. That's okay. 60 by 400. Did I? Yeah, 60 and 400. And this thing's height is 400, but I don't see any 60, so they must have given it a padding of 60, I am assuming. But wait, SVG just a second. Apparently I have a phone call. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see what we have with us. So we're trying to see what they're using as width and height. So this is all SVG container and whatnot. Select .viz holder, div class overlay and whatnot. SVG with width and height. So you added the padding yourself. Interesting. That is very interesting to see. What happens when you do it? It takes up more of that space. Okay. And what if I subtract that width? Subtract the padding from... Okay. Nope. That's not what we... yeah. If we are doing it our way, then it's not supposed to look this like this. Right. What do we do instead? Whatever we have to do, it's supposed to happen to this X scale and Y scale, isn't it? So what are we to do? Let's say for X scale, we write the standard range or no range at all. If I remove the range, what will it do? Okay, so no, that's not it. Whatever number you compress, it should be between 50 and 450. It is, and yet that happens. The same way for Y scale, this is H minus padding, which is the same as 450, and this is 50. They're the same values. So let's think Y X scale and Y scale. What are they? So X would be the height and Y scale would be the position, or the position on its position in the graph itself. I'm going to try this again. If I convert this to 100, let's say, what happens? It starts bleeding. If I make it 150, what happens? Because the height is looking that way, 100 to 450. So now the height has been scaled. If I make this 0, it should theoretically go up. Yes, it does. Very good. So 50 to 450. Very good. So height is correct. So we're using that for the scale. Then what do we do with you instead? 450 to 50. What if I made you 150? Your Y position does not change. So maybe I make you 350. Okay. It does not apply that padding still. Plus there's double the padding here. Why is there double padding here? Let's see. Basically it stops here, right? So it stops at 450. But if I change you to 500, what happens then? The height will then go more. Very good. What if I change this to 500? Now it begins at this X value, Y value. And yet you stop at that. But if I keep you 500, I make you 0. So its height now changes to this. If I made you 100, it would be a little bit below. Yeah, so now the graph is here. And yet you do not move. What if I made you 100, 500 and 500? Okay. It does not affect the graph in any way, apparently. It does not change its place, which is so weird. I'm sure it has something to do with these values. The x coordinate is I multiplied by 700 divided by 275. If I give you the padding, then it stays here. It goes till the end, but it doesn't begin till from the end. I mean, begin after the padding. Why do you still not? I'm not even supposed to change you. No, that's not where. So we keep the width as is. Scale minus padding did nothing, did you? Wait a second. What if I do this now? What if I make you 50 and 450 now? Now it's stuck to the bottom because of the height in it. Okay, let's assume the height should be y scale and that should also be, and that y value would be this. I think you guys can hear the mouse now. Okay, so now we've got the end padding right. All we have got to do is the beginning now. If I made this 100, no, 150. It's only taking the top padding. Sorry, yeah, you're supposed to only be 50, which is padding. That is correct. So that means this isn't supposed to be 50, this is supposed to be height. Wait, no. If it's at 450, it behaves this way. If it's at 400, it will come a little bit up, right? Yes. But not exactly. If I made you 300, no. 50 is a constant stored by padding, so I can write padding instead of 50. Again, Nazi. What does this? Where does the scale begin? Its range is from 0, W minus 20 to padding. So twice the padding. Width minus twice the padding would be 400, but when I write 400, it behaves differently. I will show you. Exactly. So what's up with that? So if I instead write it this way for y scale, okay, let me turn them for height x scale and y attribute y scale, that's okay. or we're not supposed to. Yeah, the width is supposed to look like that anyway. Width divided by 275. Actually not width minus padding. Gone. What is this? X attribute. So it should divide. Oh, this is also important. Not really though. Okay. Now it covers the entire area. H minus padding, which is 750. H minus twice the padding. And W minus twice the padding. Right, so much bleeding. What is this bleed? So it's going with non-negative values as well. No, it's not non-negative. No, the axis starts from here and ends here, doesn't it? Don't you? If I made you 50 and 450 and made you 450 and 50, you'd return to your selves, right? Apparently not. X 0 to this, 0 to that. I'll turn the light on, by the way. I made the width be 750 by 2 first. Yeah, width doesn't matter really. I mean, yeah, width is width by 275, that's okay. And the height is that. The x coordinate is what we have. We don't. Yeah, okay. We're not supposed to play with the padding. And we're back to this now. As long as I subtract the height is determined by the x scale. If I narrow the scale down 150 to 450, nothing happens. 400 to 450, nothing happens. 800, 200, 450. 0 to 450. Okay. I have to ask it to stop bleeding. Because of you, it's bleeding. Yeah. Now it lost its top padding, but the left and the right padding is going on quite well. Height is 500. Huh. With 500 you looked like that. With 450 you look like that. If I make you 50, we have the top padding values. No, it starts bleeding. If I scale it. What is the relation, man? Come on. What is the relationship? I make you height and height. What happens? Stoops low. I seriously need to study graphs. Okay. How did we reach a point where it stopped here? Now I forgot this. I have to play with the scales again. So now this is the padding from the top, 150 pixels. Now if I write 50 here, we'll get 50 pixels of top padding, but no bottom padding because of this range. If I were to make this 400 instead of 450, what happens? You see a top padding, but this also moves its position because of that. So now we have top and bottom padding in place. Yes, but now this scale begins at here. Why? Because this is twice the padding. Nope, not you. Y scale has to change because it has twice the padding. If I change the Y scale, now it will start at here. So we have the axes back to its place, but now this is gone. This will turn it over here. If I change the X scale to 0, starts bleeding. Nope. So 0 to 400 apparently, and this 450 to 50 makes it look like this. How do we make this go away? How does this work? So this starts at 0 and it ends at, say, 400. If I make this 450, that means the X scale should go till here, right? No, that changes the height. If I make U0, it starts bleeding, but it won't go till the end. It just gives it some padding from the top for these guys. Sorry, from the bottom, and it removes the padding. If I make you 400, that happens. If I make it 500, then it will go below. Yeah. How do I make it move its position here? One way is to change the width. X scale is for the height of the bars. We're applying a scale to the height of the bars. So the height should be between this and that. But for this, it should play with the width, shouldn't it? So no matter what we play with, it should play with the width. So it really cannot be 450. This should be 750. But the moment we do that, a few weird things start happening, like this. For instance, let's make you 700. Why? That's like pouring water. Okay, even if I make it inverted, why does this not behave in the matters we want it to? If I write 50 to 500, that would be a range of 450 items. If I made this 100, so now it has top padding of 100. Top padding 50 now, and bottom padding nothing. Yes, it stops. I mean, it bleeds, overflows for 400. Why are X scale and Y scale taking the same values? Now we make it inverted. Interesting. What was that? The moment I remove 50 from it, this happened. But hey, it's the complete opposite of what we are thinking of. How do we get the bars to start at the zero value? This, oh god. I don't believe there's another SVG, but the zeroth value should actually start from after the scale. What are we missing? Now this has twice the padding from bottom and zero padding from the top. So 50 is the top padding. And right now it has 400, that's why it's behaving this way. I made this 450. Yes, so top and bottom padding. Apparently we're handling top and bottom padding with you. Why? Then what are you here for? By the way, is this on? Yeah, okay. You can hear me, right? Yeah, very well. Come on. What are we thinking? Come on, guys. Oh. Why is there double padding? Because we set the value 400, but this also edits the scale. This shouldn't edit the scale. What do we write for the scale? I mean the height. Okay. We don't need that. What's the console say? Attribute height, expected length. Okay. Bunch of errors. That's not correct. Now we can't see the graph because it's floating in the cosmos somewhere. Because its x value is now scaled. How much did we charge? Okay. What is your index value now, by the way? X value. Any of them, please. X is 562. It's the first. X value is 0. Okay. So it does start at 0. But I instead want the 0 to start from here. How do we give it space so that it starts from there? While not changing this. So that's okay because it's taking that as the how do we make the initial value start? So it will start at 0, so we're not supposed to touch u. How do we get it to begin here? X is this and y is this, right? XY axis, just for reference, y is up or down, x is left or right. Height, no, height is scaled according to this. Not you again then. What determines the left or the right values? Movement. We just changed that 750 to 700 to 750 and it gave us that spacing from here to here. The same way if I change the I value but then it's not x0, means this thing's not working as it should be. If I gave it the default For x scale we should be considering the width, not even the height. The moment I do that, its height changes. Now why is it between 50? Because 50 from top and 50 from the bottom. So the same way 50 from the left and the 50 from the right. But 50 from the right has been taken care of. But what do we do? Think. X scale changes the height, so no. Y scale changes its position on the graph. What changes its position from the left to the right in the graph? The x coordinate. Again, how do we move the graph so that the x coordinate begins at 0? How did these guys figure it out? Or write it rather? Let's look at all their x and y values. X scale takes domain as minimum and maximum of year's date and width, 0 to width. Now this thing controls the height. How did you HEIG? How is height handled here? Linear scale handles GDP max 0 to height. Y-axis scale is height to 0. Height minus d. Attribute y returns y minus d. Sorry, height minus d. D is also a constant. You can see it here. Apparently, what is this? SVG, select all rectangle. Data scale GPG, enter, append rectangle. Attributes are given, classes are given, and then we begin with the x value. X value takes x scale years date I. We take d, because we are not playing with years. एक second. अच्छा, what does that mean? X scale years date. I mean, yeah, you're taking 1945, 46 and whatever, and you're converting them to scale. That's the x position. X is position. You're taking the ith value. What? Years date 0, 0, 0, no, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you scale it, so that gives you the x values. And you could simply also have written I. X scale years date I. Then y coordinate takes return height minus d. What does ours do? It scales the data. Y coordinate. What if I just wrote I here? I data. That's not the way to do it. Now we are inverted data's first value. it as ith value. Now the graph is upside down. But we don't need to scale it apparently. I mean, we're not using y scale for this, are we? It just does that. When we want to invert it, we invert the height with this scaled value minus the height. I mean, we have to do a lot more things, but many things. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? This would make it go till the end. It stops it from going to the end. But what makes you move from its original position? How do we give it padding before its padding? We move the 0th position. How did we get this scale to work from 0 to what? We wrote 0, for new scale we wrote 0 to width minus twice the padding, which is 700. If that worked for new scale, should it work for should or shouldn't, will it work for that, or will it destroy? Okay, it bled. Because we're using it for height. We're scaling the height according to that, and we're also scaling the width, y-axis position with that. How do we make it understand that the 0 should be taken 50 pixels later and not before? Well, that means we have to tell the bar, we have to ask the bar to be placed a little bit more to the right and then not from the left. Bapre. I need some coffee. I'm going to take a coffee break. When I come back, we'll figure this out. I'm stuck with this and we need to figure this out. I'll do Command Z quickly so that it returns to its original state. I mean, one change is good. We have padding top, padding right and padding bottom. We have to figure out padding left now. Until next time. I mean, yeah, in a couple of minutes. And we're back, and it's raining. जोरों से बारिश चल रही है. सही है. Okay. हाँ, तुम लोग को दिख रहा है ना? You guys can see that. Okay, very good. Right, where were we? This problem. Why does the padding not start at you? How did we make this begin at this? How? H minus padding. So H minus padding translate 0 and wait, that's for x-axis. Yes, that's for the x-axis, axis bottom. So your position is H minus padding. So your starting position is 50. No. Wait, what happens when I just do this? So it's below. So H minus padding. And how about you? Why are you placed like this? Because it says padding and 0. So that's the 0th place. According to you, y scale and x scale. But x axis is according to the new scale. What if I set the height according to the new scale? Then it ends abruptly and its height is here. Okay. Why? So we got the beginning and we got the end, but not the beginning. Padding top, yes. Padding, yes. And padding right, yes. But not padding left. Although with new scale, the new x scale begins with 0 and ends with width, which is 800 minus twice the padding, which is 700. So then why can I not do this? Or copy this value and paste it here. If the range is to be between them. But wait, that's the height. So does that mean if I write height minus twice the padding, we get the exact thing? Yeah, we're using x scale for the height and y scale for the position. Nope. We are not scaling the position. I mean, we're not taking scaled values as the position, we're taking index values as the position. Which would make you 400. What will you take to move yourself above? I mean, a little bit to the right. Uh, what am I missing? That doesn't involve changing the x attribute. How am I so sure that that will also accomplish what we are looking for? Save this code and now run the tests. Still 10 out of 14 passed. X values don't line up with X locations, expected value to be true. Yeah, because of this 50, added padding values. How do we add this 50 beforehand? We're supposed to append the SVGs, not here. I don't think we are supposed to change the scales or the SVGs, but what are we to change? The x coordinate or the y coordinate? Which one is it? Well, we know that we are supposed to change the x coordinate, nothing else really. Nothing else. Unless I make you 700. Doing that will only give us a thicker width where we can see it clearly. But if I remove the padding again, that happens. So the width and the x values are connected. Bro, फिर भी ये क्या है? What am I missing here? Let's look at our projects then. Use a predefined scale and whatnot. You take padding and width minus padding, you take padding, h minus padding. But these are different values for the x scale and y scale. That's why you work scale linear. What is this? And axes. Use a predefined scale to place elements. SVG dot select all circle. If we were to make this rectangle, it would all still work. I'm not touching this because we really don't need this. We need to do whatever we can to this attribute x, but adding 50 pixels to it doesn't give us what we are looking for. Yeah, exactly. If I move it anywhere outside, but then again, if I put padding here or at the end, it doesn't matter. Because according to the rules of BODMAS, this will get multiplied. This will get parsed first, then U, and then U. So we are adding the padding somewhere. If I change this to 50, that's still the same. It wouldn't change the outcome. So instead, where do we put the 50 so it does take that? We're not supposed to change the scales, but this is also not allowed apparently. It says the data GDP Y values don't line up, expected false to be true. But tell us a specific. X values don't line up with X locations. Expected false to be true. What does that mean? Maybe let's try to understand this. So variable E equals document.query selector X hyphen axis. Do we have that? Have we given it? Yep. ID X axis. Then T equals document query selector dot bar. Did we give it a bar property? Wait. The bar is here. No. Where is the class bar? The class bar is here. Okay, so you're checking the bar itself with the x-axis, correct? Right. Then R equals E query selector all dot tick. We do not have a tick. Then N dot is above. Then it says if N dot is above, what's N again? N isn't defined. Interesting. N dot is above. T dot length 0. There are no rectangle elements with the class of bar. N is true. X values don't line up. Okay. N dot is true. ME, then T, then R, then X, data, date, year, and top left. X values don't line up with X location. So is it checking for these values? T, R, X, data, date, year, and top left. Where is our data, date? We are not adding the year, because we are not using year as the value. Wait, that's our code and that's their code. Our X values should be 0, but ours is 50. Is that what your X values don't line up with X locations? But wait, when we asked it to play with 0 to, each bar element's height should accurately represent. So height it does accurately represent, but X value it does not. X locations, What does this test do? I want to copy this and maybe paste it and then look at it clearly. So that's the first. Second. And n dot is above another comma. Okay, variable e equal document dot query selector x axis. So e is e used again? No, apparently not. Then t equals that. T is document dot bar. So dot bar. Then r is tick. Is it because the tick is not in there? But in that case, what does our document miss? We have the class, we have the data date, we have the data GDP, we have x value, which is different of course, and we have y value, we have width and its height, and then we have index as 0, which we haven't added. Transform equals translate this, which this doesn't show us, and then the rectangle ends. We didn't give it a fill style. I mean, I can give it a fill style immediately, that's not a problem. What is this transform not translate? I mean equals translate. It's a 60 to 0. That means 60 might be their padding. Is that what we are missing? Dun, 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 dun. Change the height, yeah, that will result in problems. What about y scale? What's y scale doing? It's not changing the height, it's changing its position. Then what's x scale doing? Chup. What if I apply new scale to y-axis instead? In here, y scale becomes new scale. Okay, so maybe not. Yeah, we're not playing with the height. 50 from the top, 50 from the bottom, 50 from the right, and the 50 from the left. It looks like it, but it doesn't work like it. Why? You know what? Close this. Let's check for the tests instead. ID, title, bar elements, data GDP properties, dot bar elements height should accurately represent the corresponding GDP. 1 minute, ये कहाँ से आया? Each dot bar element's height should accurately represent the corresponding GDP. Does ours do? Each height should accurately represent. Apparently so. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Acha. Okay. So it's not simply this. It's not supposed to be 50i. Each x value is supposed to be x scaled then. But only the year. Do we have? So then I have to store the years somewhere. Yeah, this is old. some of you might be or might not be wondering what this is. I don't care explaining, but yeah, someday you'll see it being reused. Okay, what does this say? This explains the problem statement in a much better manner. The data date attribute. Where is the data date attribute inside this code? Data hyphen date. The data date attribute of the class bar and its corresponding dot bar element. So ये scale पे उसको ठीक से उसकी जगह पर रखना चाहिए. So it's not about x0 or x50. Very good. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. So that means 1947 should have this, then that, and this, and that, and this, and that. Dada. Okay. So it's not simply the width now. I understand this piece of code now. X scale years date I. That means there is an array called years date which stores all the years. Years date. Where is the first value? It says data.map function item return date item. Yeah, why don't I reuse you? And then you also have domain. X scale is used for that. Yowza. Why is it's you. It's like pouring a glass, or maybe looks like a tap. Pani ki pichkari. Right. So width will change, of course. The width of each bar will change. It can't simply be this much. It's humid today. This has to change. First of all, I have to declare another constant. Yeah. Years date, which stores data.map function item and return new date item. बाप रे, क्या लिखा है यार, क्या बात है. Okay. Console.log. How do you store this? Years date. Wednesday, January 1, 1997, 5:30 GMT. Oh my god. Because it's a new date promise. ये सब क्यों करना है बे? Why did you store it as that? Years date first, then second value. X max equals new date item d3.max years date. So maximum date value. This is for the month and this is for the scale. I mean, there's a better way to do it. Why do this? I'll never know. But hey, we better finish what we started. I have a better idea. Data.date.map. Instead, if we can get all the years, only the years, like this says, corresponding value on the x-axis. But wait, it's date. But date has to be converted into a number. Oh my god. And we have to also scale it down to an axis of a number between 450 and what? Width, right? So 750. Which means u. The range will be come on. The range will be the same. I mean, instead of writing 0 here, I can also write 50 and w minus padding. That would give us the same thing. No, apparently not. So interesting. Peel back the pen. ओके ठीक है, छोड़ करते हैं इसका भी इलाज करेंगे एक एक करके. I think okay, let's zoom in and see. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. Well, 12 of them before the year 1950. How about you? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 and 12 before 1950. So what am I doing wrong? What does the test mean? The data date attributes and its corresponding bar element. So data date attribute and the corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Okay, is it the bar width that you are so worried about? I can make this W. Still says 10 out of 14 passed. Now this has become very thick. Yours does not look as thick as mine. So in that case I can make this with minus padding, which will make it look so weird unless I cover it. Maybe now it looks more like yours. Of course, one other way is to make this like yours. Just to do this with the top padding, the left padding and the right padding, but this changes. So x scale, we change x scale. Why is this h? Height minus twice the padding. Why are you set as that? What is that? Height minus twice the padding. Okay. Huh. That's why we need that padding, don't we? Ding, 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 ding. How does it reach that? It changes height minus padding. If both of them are using height, why does because that's taking care of the height. Well, you're taking care of that. Yeah. Peel back the pain. That's okay. We're not worried about the width. This is supposed to be 800 now. Nope. 900. We can't use that anymore. Width minus padding. Width minus 120 would be anyway, yeah, 780, sorry, yeah, 780. That does not reach it, but if I make it 790 then it does. But wait, that's not the problem. 780, it's supposed to be 780. This is supposed to move from here to here. Now somehow because of you it did that. Come on, man, come on. Ping, 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 ping. What am I missing? Wait, internet problem. Eha, YouTube is not receiving enough. What am I connected to? This Wi-Fi, right? No one's watching. Youch. Let me check this. This is smooth, but it's not receiving. What do you mean? Show me the widget. Enough to maintain. As such, users will experience buffering. I'm very close to the Wi-Fi router. Must be some issue. No problem. Anyway, whatever. Right. Now does ours look more like theirs? Nope. Still no. Now if this 10 out of 14 passed. The data date attribute. Data date is for the rectangle itself, class bar. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element. They're the same, bro. The data date element attribute. Yeah. Should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Are you telling me to add a data date value to this too? Class tick. Where's the class tick here? I don't see a class tick here. Corresponding value on the x-axis. What do you mean? .882. What does ours say? Wait, this is ours. Sorry. Refresh, please. Ah. These are all G element grouped elements. G dot tick. Translate is this, and opacity 1. Let's look at U. G dot tick, tick translate 34.911, 34.411. This is 911. Close, but I mean, yeah, they're different. Obviously, they would be different because we're using different scales, but yeah. Wait, no. So this is the corresponding 0 to 400. This is 60 to 400 because of the padding. Yeah, you are okay. So apparently it's considering this much as padding. Is it considering this much as padding? So that means your x0's value is correct. 0 plus w plus padding. क्या बे? Kushagra would have accumulated that much. So when I do it's hours, 1 hour break. So when I do 10 hours, 10 hours can be broken up. So I keep the left arms. Come on. I do not understand this thing that we haven't passed. I can mouse over an area and see a tooltip with the corresponding ID. हाँ वो तो ठीक है, वो तो hover पे हम लोग कर देंगे. The data GDP attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the y-axis. I don't suppose it does. Do you? What does it mean? It's the corresponding value on the y-axis. Does this mean this is not to your liking? Let's see. Oh yeah, we need that actually. Sorry, ये सब क्या हो रहा है? F12 please. If I look at the last bar, it returns 837.86 and whatnot. GDP 18064.7. This is the same thing. GDP and its date is 2015-07-01, 2015-07-01, 1864.7, 1864.7. X coordinate is different and y is 0, y is 60, ours is 0, theirs is 0, and our y coordinate is 60. Okay, its height is 400, ours is 340. I mean, yeah, we are doing different calculations, so I would understand. Then we have the GID, G axis with the ID this, which translates 60. What about our Y axis? Says 0 H minus padding. Oh, sorry. U says translate 60. Yeah, that's correct. Of course, the width is different because we are playing with different width values. The Y is 60. Where is our code? But here it's only scaled. A height should be scaled then? Should height be scaled then? They have different attributes for the height and the Y position, Y coordinate. I'm running in circles for a few hours now. X values don't line up with X locations. What do you mean? X values don't line up with X location. I think it means exactly what it's supposed to mean. That's the first bar. 1947 X value is 0. What's ours? I can bet you it's not 0, it's 60 because it started at 60. But this thing weirdly started at 0. How is it that it did that? How do I understand that it is that value? That's messing our math up. The Y coordinates are terribly close now. The width has changed, of course, and no doubt, undoubtedly, the height has also changed. But they're close, but they're not the ones. Kya yaar? If I made this 60, what happens? Sorry, 0, what happens? Where does it go? It goes to the starting line. If I make it 60, it takes that as the 0th value. I want it to be 60 while being the 0th value. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so not exactly this thing. We're not supposed to change that. Then x is 62. That means yours should be 2.86738. 863636. It's a constant. This will be 27. Yeah, got it. It's not here. Let me tell you. How do I know that x is the problem? The value of x not being the same as that is the problem. I don't think. How do we confirm that what I'm looking at is the problem and something else isn't? The data date attribute, it has a data date attribute and its corresponding bar element. So the data date and its corresponding bar element. What do you mean? They are the same. Corresponding bar element. What do you mean 1947 here? Should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. What do you mean? Right, what happens when I remove the constant value from the x coordinate? It works right here. So make them I. It starts with that and ends at that because I is the come on man, come on. What am I missing? It's not even so. They're also missing the height. Does that mean the y coordinate is also incorrect? Y is 395 but 298 8086. Now this one is 394 but 54. Wait, let's look at you. 395 but 0.424. Ours is 394.61. I mean, yeah, close enough, not exact, but close enough. So I don't think it's that. I mean, if I were to change the width according to my project, so I don't think it is x and y maybe. Of course, they should align. If I add the paddings, then it will add in padding to each of them. So यार ये नहीं है goal. That's not the goal. How do I get it to add the padding before? Or maybe we are supposed to add the padding. Let's assume that. No, I'm not going to assume that. Did we write that scale by the way? X scale, Y scale, new scale. No, we didn't write that scale. Maybe that's what it needs. Each year has the corresponding value. We have that in the domain, but not as the range. I mean, the range would be that. Okay, so no. Oh yeah, that is the domain. New scales is domain. Oh, बाप रे. Not quite. What if I apply a scale here? Which would result in this not being 0. भाई यार. Whatever we have to do, it has to be done here. I need to go to the loop, and the connection is okay. The connection is back. Very good. Do we have any concurrent viewers? No. Sad. But hey, yeah. I'm gonna take a short break again. This thing keeps, because I'm stuck at this. I need to give myself some ideas again. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, yeah, the cold weather is just, yeah, okay. Huh. Now we go back to this. I mean, what is this? What am I missing here? Let's try to understand. Let's try to look at our code here and understand why this is problematic and what part of it. Let's read the error again. Okay. It says the problem is this: X values don't line up with X locations. X values with X locations. What does that mean? One way we can check is these, but yeah, the width is too short for us. I mean, yeah, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 and 12, and then 1950s begins. In the 1950, the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter of 1950, then 1951, 1952, 1953, 53, 53 and 54. 54 ends, and then we have 1955. Then okay, so 1995 is right on top of that, but when I go to 1950, let's say, it's not neither here nor there. How about your chart? Where is it? What is it like? Is that what you're referring to? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so 1949 is there, 1950 is on the other side. Then again we go to this. 1954 is over the left side and 1955 is over the right side. So is that the causing the problem? Then we can scale down. What I am thinking is we can take X values as 1954 and 1955 so that it fits on the scale. But wait, no, it means index value 0 should be 1944 is 1947's first quarter, and this is the second quarter. So these should be equidistant. So maybe we can play with the width to get that. When I play with the width, we'll have to do a few some digging to some changing and right. What if I refresh this? Maybe now we'll get the updated values. 1947 begins here, and it has a width of 3.5454 whatever. How about you? Each of them have a width of 2.9090. Okay, not a problem. So the constant, yeah, so the constant is different. So the index value, the width is different. So that means, how do we get the width? It means if I take the SVG's width and divide it by 275. Save this, please. Build the preview. Okay, the preview is preview behaves in the same way. Okay, so now if I refresh this and look at the bar, we get width as 3.2727 and their width is 2.90909. Of course it's different because yeah, we're taking different values. Now x is 520 and that's 420. What is that? Oh, that's the axis. No problem. That's the first rectangle. Its data date is 1947-11. Data GDP is 243.1. 1947-11 and data GDP is 243.1. What's the error? I mean, not error. What's not correct? Why does it not? What's not corresponding? the data date attribute. Okay, so data date attribute is 1947 1 and 01, right? And its corresponding bar element. So yeah, the attribute and its bar. So let's say we have a bar element with the data attribute this. So corresponding bar element should align. So this thing, basically the bar itself. But then why did it not mention it as each bar elements? This says height accurately represents that. But they don't line up. The y and the x values don't line up. So what do you mean by that? The height is correctly represented, so the x scale is not at fault. But what about the y scale? Why is that not giving us what we are looking for? And then we go to data GDP attribute, and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the y axis. Acha, that's x axis and y axis. Then we go to tooltip tests. This is of course hovering. There should be an element with the ID tooltip expected null to be. Yeah, when I mouse over or hover over an area and see a tooltip with a corresponding ID tooltip, which displays the more information about the area. That can be taken care of. That's not a problem when we hover over it. I mean, when I say that can be taken care of, is the mouse on? Yeah, the mic is on. Sorry, something on my. Oh, that's the screen. Sorry. Right, maybe let's try and read the rest of the error too. It says assertion error, x values don't line up with x location, expected false to be true. So you're running an if statement. If true pass, if false return this error. So what are we doing wrong? I try to understand this, but I do not understand it. X-axis. Okay. Then t equals document.query selector all dot bar. So all bars. So you take the x-axis, you take all the bars. Then you take the ticks. Now we don't have any ticks yet. Dot tick. N dot is above length, t dot length. What is t again? T is all the bars, which would be 275. So sorry, this 275 is above. Oh, is above. So is above is a question. N dot is above. N must be something which we don't know what it is. So n is above t length, then 0. Then this is probably the true statement. There are no rectangle elements in the class of bar, but there are. So I think we pass this. Then n dot is true. If it is true, then check for something else. What? T, R and X. Data date, year and top left. X values don't line up with X locations. So what are you checking that with? T is of course all bars and E is X axis. Okay. TRX, then data date, year and top left. X values don't line up with X locations. So what is it that they're thinking of? I mean, we have 275 values, which is correct. They're lined up. I don't know what R is. Is R defined somewhere? I don't know. What's an assertion error? JavaScript, please. I know that solution works, you know that solution works, it works. Okay, of course, this is something completely different. The error is due to chai method that you are using. Chai dot equal chai. Maybe no. What is assertion error? Let's understand. Assertion error is a module that contains two classes. Assertion error is an instance of an error. An assertion result which is not an instance of error. I'm barking up the wrong tree maybe. By the way guys, can you hear me or is it too loud? Just a second. Let me open a live video in my phone and try to understand what the sound is like. We have 2 concurrent viewers. Thank you for your support, by the way. Just a second. Oh, that's not loud at all. Okay, not a problem. We go back to this. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value in the x-axis. Am I pronouncing this right? Correspond. They're the same characters, so yeah, correspond. The corresponding value is corresponding value. X values don't line up with X locations. So it's not as simple as making your graph look exactly, making your graph fit apparently. It's not exactly simple as that. It's not as simple as that. Okay, maybe if I read this, it will get me try to help. It will help me understand this. The data GDP attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the y-axis. Does that mean? So this, by the way, goes out and ours doesn't. And we also saw that problem, by the way, which is each year is supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Their width should all be constants but multiplied by maybe a number. So okay, so that's the first bar, second bar, third bar, fourth bar, fifth bar, sixth bar, 7th, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Then it goes to the next side. Then we should have an equal number of 12 bars here. I didn't count it, let's count it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I see. Yeah, but if it's 5 years, yeah, 20. 5 for the 20. 21. Now there was a discrepancy if you guys saw it. How do you keep that? Yeah. There's a space here and it's too short. But their width is equal. Is this what's causing the problems? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Smack in the middle again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And that's 1965's first quarter. It should be after and not before. But somehow it fits. All of it fits. What's this? That's 2010's third quarter. Then that's the 2010's second quarter, and that's the first quarter. Oh, so it appears before it's supposed to. That is a problem. That is a problem that needs to be solved. But somehow it's still within distance. We have 2015 7, which is I think the last value. 2015 quarter number 3, 18064.7 billion. So that means do the x values overlap? Do they? I suppose so. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But their width is exactly equal. Stop touching your head. How? Wait. You see the color? Abe, select this please. These things. Is the width different? Can I zoom in? Okay. You're okay. I'm supposed to zoom in here. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to keep my mouse here a little bit more. That's where it is. So okay, so the bars are overlapping each other. They should be put at an equal distance. We need to take care of that. Probably because this is a string and we are not taking that as a range. How do we do this? Each year has 4 values, 5 values come together to make this. And this, abe? Acha. Okay. And somewhere here the width changes. Of course they are all overlapping each other at one point. So that means the x-axis and the y-axis are not working as they should. Very good. So now we have something to think about. These are overlapping each other, and because they're overlapping each other, we don't know which one's where. Yeah, okay. Something to now work on. Not this much, okay, yeah. But you Acha, हाँ ठीक है, no problem. Yeah, you can go. So maybe that overlapping is what seems to be the error. What might be the error? This overlapping. I don't think there's overlap. There's an overlap here for each of them or any of them. 2015. Oh, you can see 2015 has. Oh, yeah. R scale doesn't do that. It just stops at 2015. Yeah, there are a few values before 1950. Let's start with 1947, then 1950, then again 1955 begins from here, 1960 begins from here, 1965 begins from here. So we need an equal width for each of them and an x-axis and y-axis value. Okay, so if the width is correct, we need x values to work in a different way. How? The x coordinate for each of them should have a distance, equal distance. If we are keeping the width as this, then we have to keep this as the same value. Yep. So if this is 780, this has to be 780. And yet we still need a few years after 2015 to line up to. Okay. Where is that range? This. This should not be in 2014. Sorry, 2015. Because 2015 comes 3 times after this. Let's see whether that works or not. Nope. But hey, yeah. That's the kind of thinking we need to be doing. Refresh yourself. We need to save this, don't we? Refresh. Yes. Now we have 2015, 3 of them. Okay. Now let's count. I'll zoom in and show me the first bar. Nope. 1995, 1950. 1950, and then it goes on and on and on. Then 1960, sorry, 1955's first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, whatever. What's the shortcut to select this element? Command Shift C. 1960 starts just a bit. Let's look at you. You should be 2010's first quarter. You should be 2015's first quarter. You should be 2005's first quarter. That's taken care of. It automatically took that as a number. 18,000. We need to show the year. Is the comma what's causing the problem? Is it the comma? X values don't line up with X locations yet, and it's still still they don't. And by the way, we don't need this, do we? Apparently we do. But this thing starts from 0, which is so interesting to me. 0 to the end. And yet these guys' range starts with the padding. If I were to make this 0, what would happen? It goes berserk. Remove the padding completely. Then the scale just goes berserk. Okay. Do not subtract the padding from top, but subtract the padding from the bottom. So now the last value stands still, but this doesn't stand still. Now it says 9 out of 4. Height should accurately represent. So height was accurately represented before. We did all of that. Corresponding environment should only be corresponding value. Is it because it's returning a string? It says expected false to be true, but that means it's checking something else, because this might be a string and not a number. I'm thinking yes. What are you? Text field current color 1975. So that is in fact a string. How about you? 1975. 19 comma space 75. Is it because this considering that? Fine. In that case, I'm going to Google something. What? Store a store characters from a string in JavaScript. I don't think I'm googling the right thing. Split array spread operator. What if I want to store this string methods, please? Length, slice, substring. Okay, what's a substring for? There are 3 methods for extracting a part of a string. Yes, that's what I want. Start and length. So I don't want to. Oh yeah, and this, by the way, keeps printing that. Okay, so many errors. Clear the console, please. Yeah, come on. It prints this much. What if I only want the year? course. Then we don't write this as new date. It prints these. I mean, this can be anything really, but okay. Now sub string substring start and end. I need to look into this. So let's look at a number. The first 4 characters, 0 to 3. Is it the same for each year? Yeah, 0 to 3. Show me now. 194, 194, 19. Acha. If you're writing 0 based in text 6, okay, fine. Okay, if I write 1 to 4, what happens? It runs 19 4. Okay, fine. Okay, now we have 1947, 1947 and whatnot. Instead of this, then what's the max? So d3 dot max years, hello, minimum years, d3 dot maximum of years. It does not, however, add 2015 and the 3 quarters. So no, the maximum is not that. The maximum is actually 0.75, 2015.75, and it still prints out comma separated values. So maybe that's not the problem. I'll comment this out for now. But we have the years and stored for our use. The range is 1947 to 2015 and it's 3 quarters. Yes, the width is correct. What am I missing? The data attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Corresponding value on the x-axis. That means the year, isn't it? Yeah. So they don't meet somewhere in here. It checks for all of them. I mean, we can take any one. Do they still overlap each other, by the way? I wouldn't know. Yes, I would. If their width is the same, then they won't It's not about the width, it's about the exposition. Exposition. Funny. And it also checks whether the GDP aligns with that or not. So that means if this has the GDP 9146.5, let's take this 2000 the first quarter as example. Oh yeah, we can find out, can't we? Abe. Okay, so this thing, if I look at you, your size is 4516. Okay, I need some scale maybe. This is what, 18,064.7. This should be the max value of that. However, this isn't the max value. 18,064. But it did that. It did take that max value, so it's not exactly 18,064. This line is for 18,064. X is -9. Your x value is -9. You are called y-axis. Translate 60, fill none. Font size 10, whatever. Path, class, domain, stroke, current color, D equals this, end. So we do have ticks apparently. Class dot tick. I mean, we have dot tick here. What am I missing? Yeah, 18,000 cuts itself off here. However, their years don't look like that. Must be because of that date function, isn't it? Come on. If I still get stuck while by the end of this day, maybe we can revisit this later. No, I'm not going to say. Sorry, I said that. I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, shouldn't say that. The x value for you, the first rectangle's x value begins with 60 and not 0. However, it does for you. Is it because of translate? 0400. Am I supposed to translate this? maybe, or maybe not. So each bar's x value so if I remove the padding, it will give us I multiplied by this. What's that look like? Now the graph begins again at the 0th value. What if I add the translate here and it's gone now? Yes, I understand. I do not understand and know how to use transform, so let's not touch that. But yeah, that x value at 0 and x value at 60 is still bugging me. What and how is it that you did it? Of course they used translate, transform, translate. Ours is that padding. Maybe the year padding. How would it be helpful? If we think अगर x scale को हम maybe let's take the year. If I take the year and if I apply that x scale, so then 1947, how do we make 1947 the 0th value? I mean, it is already the 0th value, 1947's first quarter. The second quarter would be adjusted accordingly with the width, of course. What if I add the width instead of multiplying it to each I element? That happens. Oh, because you're adding it and not multiplying it, so yeah. But why? That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is I mean, I get why we're multiplying it, but what part of the math are we not getting right? Again, the issue comes back to you. If this is at 60, yeah, how do we move this 60 pixels to the left or the right? Wherever I see 60, I should convert that, but hey, ठीक है. Yeah, the yawns have begun. On yawn, John. Anyway. Okay, so this determines the height. This determines where to put the object along the y-axis. Where's the scale that determines where to put this? Do we need a third scale? I mean the fourth scale. New scale is for the years. Maybe we can reuse new scale for this. but their domain is different. This takes max data set, this takes the height basically. So this is scaling the height according to the padding in that. And that's correct, we have passed that test. What have we not passed? What are we getting wrong? What are we doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? The data attribute and its corresponding var element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. How did we do this in our previous projects? It's quite simple because of the freeCodeCamp, of course. We have to do so many things. Chill, एक एक करके जाएंगे. Use a predefined scale to place elements. Exactly. So you have a data set with a and b values. You have a width and a height. Apply padding, width minus padding for x scale and height minus padding for the y scale. Of course these are dots, so they behave differently, but they're more or less the same, aren't they? No, they're not. They're different. One would tell them the position on the y-axis and one would tell them the position on the x-axis. But it scales that x position on the y-axis and the x-axis. Maybe what I did with ears is supposed to be done here. Maybe, we have no clue. So instead of dataset map all of this, what if we ask it to map the ears instead? Ears map A1. Nope. So x scale now works on the height. Not the x values. I need some hints. Of course there are no hints for this because it's a certification project. Someone must have done it. That's why Camper bought. Of course hints and solutions are not provided, I understand. Got it, thank you. 201 topics remaining or browse. I don't want to. That's the challenge, right? Yeah. This was on May 21. Okay. Oh yeah. But yeah, how would scaling the x-axis, the values on the x-axis with years work? If we have 1947 first quarter, it's supposed to be at the 0th value. how would scaling it work? Let's think. If we have a graph, the x would tell us the x position and the y would tell us y. But with bar graphs it's different, right? How do we scatter data and ask it to begin? The question is, how do we make x0 to start from here? The with x says zeroth value should start from here and not here. That is the question. Just a second. Do we have any comments, by the way? Nope, not yet. But amazing, 36 views. Wow. In what? 4 hours. That's amazing. That's a new record. Definitely a new record. Oh, 3 viewers. Thank you for watching, all the 3 viewers. So imagine a graph. We have bars on each graph. First thing, let's say we have 2015, 2014. Index value 0, index value 1, or let's say x coordinate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. Starts at 0, ends at that. It's considering that the bar starts from here, the graph starts from here and not this. Of course we've placed it that way, but why? What's the logic behind this staying here? Is it y-axis that does so? How did we place y-axis here and not anywhere more to the left or the right with padding? If I were to remove padding and if I write 0, it would be exactly at the bottom. Right, so that's translate for you. The moment I add this x-axis, this thing moves. Sorry, the moment I add the y-axis, the x-axis automatically moves more to the right. So it responds to the it responds to the that. But then why don't you? I mean, the code has been written that way. I wrote the code that way, so that it looks like this. I can make the code look this way, that it starts at 0, but then the x coordinate loses its expected value. I am not sure whether that will solve the problem or not, but hey, that's what we are here to try. What can we do? Running out of time. I'm not running out of time, but hey. What can we do? I have to Google this. What do we Google? x values, not you, apply padding to rectangle in SVG. CSS padding property for SVG elements. Ouch. Oh right, yeah. Now we can do that. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about CSS too. Will that solve our problems? I don't know. Right. We gave SVG the padding but not you the padding. That's the y-axis, aren't you? That's why it moved here. That means I'll comment this out. Padding हटा दो. Now we have a graph. I can make U 900. I should make U 900. There we have you. Now we have that 60 pixels padding. Inorganic padding. And that disappears. That's why we had that padding, didn't we? But now it will start at 0. It's still problematic though. Where did this go, by the way? Oh. it's exactly below it, but it's not inside the SVG because it's exactly below this, or maybe not. If I write 450, we'll only see some of it. If I make it 400, we'll see that 60 pixels of padding. Not a bad idea, but not a good one either. This would get us what we are looking for. Give us. Does it have padding? Apparently 0. The SVG, all elements should have 0 padding apparently. How? Did you even write padding in this? This does not have padding. It's not 900, 460. Interesting. 400. Okay, 400, and the width is 800. That is so interesting. And then you create an SVG container, you give it 100 pixels and 60 pixels. Okay. For the top and the bottom values. Then scale the data 0 till width, the range is 0 till width for X scale. And X axis is axis bottom scale. Okay, yeah, minimum and maximum years is used for X scale. Okay. Then you append the SVG container. Okay. Then you create this variable GDP data map, scaled GDP. How do you? Okay. GDP max is d3.max of the GDP. Right. And then you go to y-axis. Y-axis takes the maximum GDP. You're playing with GDPs, okay, which is what I am doing. Okay, they're the same thing. So the X scale is years and Y scale is GDP. I mean, that's the right way of doing it. Okay. And range is height till 0, because their height is actually 800 and not 900. So the clever, I might add. So instead of setting up the padding here, they just mention the height and the width. And because I'm using dataset map, that's why I used That's because we're doing that. I'm not using height as that value. Okay, let's finish reading that code, their code. Maybe I'll understand more. I do not want to look at that. Okay, then you nope. Okay, then you start creating the rectangles. Select SVG, create rectangle, take scaled GDP as data. Then you first add this attribute, then this attribute. Then you add the class. Okay, whatever. Then you start with X. X takes data and index value. And you write X scale, years, date, index value. So 0 to 275. So X scale is correct. So 0 to 275. Let's do that. Why we can do this? Because yeah. And let's also uncomment the padding, please. It will look weird, don't worry. Can I command Z my way out of this? Alright, yeah. What happens when I remove the padding and only keep the I values? Right. This is where width comes into place. Don't cha. Because I values are only 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Not you, sorry. You're doing I value. Years, dates, first value scaled. Years, date, second value scaled. That's what you're using as X values. And yet it still returns 0. And then what? That and that and that and this and that and that and this. And X scale has a range from this to this. These guys are clever about it. How would scaling this return with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? 1947 wouldn't be scaled down to a mere 0. How is this bar's X value not 0? And yeah, how is it not 0? Then we go to Y. Y is just Y. Height minus D. So somewhere D must have been defined. Oh, the data itself. You're taking scaled GDPs. So scaled GDP values, height minus scaled GDP values. That's what I'm using Y scale for. Height minus scaled GDP values, yes. But they're using that for y coordinates. Then we have, of course, width and height, which would be d divided by d. This is bar width, by the way. What is bar width? Bar width is the width but divided by 275. Okay, let's have to compare. Bar width is width divided by 745. 275. These are not digits. It's not year scale. We need an year scale, maybe. It does not even begin with 0 as the value. I fail to understand. Okay, first of all, let's remove the padding. So x starts at 0. We didn't scale each GDP value, so we are scaling them down here according to the given height. What am I doing wrong? I need to look at someone else's code, but hey, I already am. Refresh the page, please. If I copied all of this and pasted everything over it, what would happen? We won't see a lot of it because there would be errors. Because there is no viz holder, there is no div, there is no tooltip and whatnot. Okay, if I'm going to copy all of this, let's see. We can comment all of it out later. Look at that. Oh yeah, we don't need all of that. Or any of that. They would understand. Of course, we haven't defined the CSS. Would this 14 out of 14 passed? Okay. So, yep. It is my code, indeed. What about it is incorrect? Year's date. Yeah, let's find out. पौने 9 बजे बाप रे. I'm so sorry, guys. You have to look at this. 5 likes. Thank you. 2 viewers. I wonder who they are. E. Hmm. I don't know. Plus, I'm yawning. I'm gonna take a short break. I believe I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. So my mind's blown. Oh, you guys can't see me. Yeah, my mind's blown. This short break won't do. Instead, then what I'm going to do is, okay, yeah. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this live right here, right now, and I'm going to start another live. But in in the other live video, I won't be working on code. Instead, I'll be reading a book because yeah, maybe I need another perspective, and I can't seem to be getting a new perspective today. So instead, I'll spend time reading a book, and hopefully, we'll solve this tomorrow. Whatever we are stuck with. So that's it for this live video today, guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. And when I come back tomorrow, for the session, of course, for this, we'll continue with that. And for the next live video, I'll schedule it for 10 o'clock. What time is it? Yeah, it's 9 now. I'll schedule it for maybe 9:30, 9:45 something, and I'll get started reading.